Okay, good morning all. Picking up where I left off yesterday, I planned to do a later stream on the evening, but the best laid plans, as they say. We ended up having a bit of a family incursion, and yeah, I've never gone out. So, good morning Tom, thank you for the follow on Facebook, or for the like. Okay, so this is where we got to yesterday with the Paladin. So I just about got a bit of work done on his knee pads before I finished the stream. Done his breastplate, his gauntlets, his greaves. So I'm just going to crack on and work my way through. So he doesn't appear to have any leg armour. He's got like a big chainmail skirt, so we'll get that one on in a minute. That's not going to get detailed until after we've posed for reasons that you will see later on. Same for the sleeves. I'll form up the sleeves, but they're going to be like a chainmail sleeve. And again, I don't like to do the chainmail until the model's posed, because the method I use, it's basically hand placing the links. If you start posing it after you've done that, the links get deformed really badly. So, got shoulder pads to do, which will be the next big detail piece. And there is, just find my my reference image. Stupidly, I didn't save down. Now he does also have a shield, so I will need to do that and sculpt that in. Big tower shield. Okay, so pauldrons, aka shoulder pads. I'm going to start with a sphere, I think. We'll do that. Oh no, do I want a poster pouch? I'll put a sphere in. Let's try and build two shoulder. That is to be deleted because that's not the one we're using. That's done. Okay, so with this selected, I'm going to obviously put symmetry on to make life a little bit easier for myself. We'll go Z symmetry, not X symmetry, which is the back to front orientation. And I'm just going to quickly get some shape using trim dynamic. Bear with me 1 second. Oh, sorry about that, guys. Barking dog and a postman at all. Well, a postman at all leading to a barking dog. I don't know, dogs always feel like they're really hard when the postman knocks the door. Oh, this is my house, I'll teach you. Okay, so all I'm trying to do here, I just want to get a rough kind of shape in. And then I'm going to refine that. You don't necessarily have to start with a cylinder. This one, that's just where my brain went straight off. It's not always the best place to start. So you just pick what feels good at the time. Despite what you may believe, there's not a right or wrong way of doing things. It's just what works for you. I've said this dozens of times over the years of me doing the sculpting on streams and stuff, but you find 5, 10, 15 different ways of doing a particular job, and at any given moment one of them will pop into your head, and inevitably it's not going to be the most optimal. It'll get the job done, but you'll kind of find yourself regretting it very imminently afterwards, because there was better ways that you could have employed to do the same task. But such is life. Just quickly while I'm thinking about it, I won't be on doing a live stream tomorrow because I've got a mountain of rubbish that needs to go to the tip. I've got house viewings, I've got doctor's appointments, we've got all sorts going on tomorrow, so tomorrow's a write-off. That looks kind of right. Now there's a little extra bit here. And I'm not worrying too much about everything looking nice and crisp and clean and perfect right at the moment, because, well, I'm not doing this to be looking like a pretty render, I'm doing it to be a pretty miniature. So my main concern is that when we print this thing, when it's created as a physical product, that it works. detail now. So we've got some, let's have a look. I think I'll just stick with that. So I'm just using my all cracks brush to create a ridge, and then I'm going to use my H polish. Eurocella, how you doing? Thank you for the joining me this morning. How are you doing? I guessed as much when you called me Mr. Dan. How's things? You're not annoying anyway. Sorry I don't always have time to get back to you, to be fair, but... How's the sculpting progress coming along? Okay guys, so again, I think I said yesterday, one of the things I'm looking for here is I want smooth surfaces. So anywhere where I've got a real harsh transition from light to dark, I'm just going over looking for them. I'm just going to just polish them out and buff them out a little bit. Ultimately, this thing is going to be like that small. So I don't need to overdo it with the detailing. But I do obviously want to make sure that the detail is sufficient to be seen when we get there. Oops. God, what happened there? Oh, I actually rotated the model, that's why it's could have been catastrophic. Yeah, and this is the thing, and I mean, I may have said it to yourself, but it's like if you're a chef and you're serving food to people, you have to taste the food, you have to sample the food to make sure that it's fit for purpose. When we're sculpting miniatures and we're making models, you have to follow the process through. It's really worth, as a sculptor, printing and painting your own miniatures, because it's one thing making something that looks lovely on a screen, but there's a point where you have to kind of know to dial back the detail. So if you go too far in with the detail and you start putting loads and loads and loads on, even if you can print every little bit of that detail onto the miniature, the second you threaten it with a coat of paint, the detail is going to get lost because it's going to be so superficial and small. You know, it can't be painted. I mean, ideally, you don't want to have detail on a model that the only way you can paint it is with dry brushing either. Because not everybody enjoys dry brushing, and it doesn't always deliver. Like, not everybody's good at it either. It's a skill. Dry brushing is a simple painting skill. It's a beginner's painting skill, but it's still something a lot of people get wrong by putting too much paint on, or letting the paint go chalky and too dry. I know that's the point of it, but the point is, dry brushing isn't always going to make everything look good. And you know, most like average level painters and hobbyists, they're going to be using, you know, the old slap chop type combination of skills, so contrast paints, speed paints, that kind of thing, coupled with dry brushing to kind of achieve their results. It's worth knowing, you know, what the customers are using and how they're doing it, and obviously the challenges they're going to face. And as you know, with myself, I've been painting miniatures for 35 years. So for me, it's like, it's all about the painting. I'm always considering where my shadows are going to go, where my highlights are going to go. Can I get a paintbrush into that little nook and cranny? You know, there's a lot of things you need to be thinking about to make sure that you're delivering a good miniature, and that's very different to making a good model. Do you know what I mean? It's a different set of skills, and I don't think people appreciate that sometimes. And this is why stylisation is so important in miniatures. And I would suggest partly why Games Workshop have been so successful over the years. And I'll tell you, the other thing that's always a bugbear of mine as well is stock alphas and stock brushes. So there are an awful lot of, particularly when it comes to fur, if you look at fur that is on like an awful lot of commercial miniatures, it's the same fur. Like, they've all gone on to like the marketplaces and purchased the same fur brush. And it's not necessarily a good look. It's also not particularly great for printing and painting, because if you've seen the one I'm talking about, it's all like little pointy tufts. So I was just checking something. I realised I was doing all this work and I kind of neglected to look back at the source art for a bit. So I had to make sure I wasn't winging it too much. Do excuse my dog in the background barking at the air, probably. Oh, you can complicate the posing as much as you like, but there's a couple of key things, obviously, that you want it to look realistic and believable. You've got to make sure it's got a good silhouette. So, you know, this little box in the corner that's mostly just an annoyance, right? So that actually, when you're posing, is very useful, right? So it shows you the silhouette of the model in the window. So we can see him up there. You want to be able to read the intention of the pose from that silhouette. So if you want it to look dramatic and broody and moody, you should get that from the silhouette, from the angle you want it to be viewed from. Now, every model is going to have one good angle on it. And if you try and pose it in a different way, it's not necessarily the case. Now, I've been trying to photograph crystal collapse miniatures for the last week and a half. And it's always tricky trying to find that perfect, because ideally I want to show the models front on, from a facing point of view, but not all of my models are geared up to be done face on. As an example, we've got Victoria. Victoria is like leaping backwards off a rock and shooting with a bow. She's facing sideways. The perfect angle to view Victoria from is fully side on. So you're looking at the side profile of her face and everything like that, which is like, it goes against the grain, because normally I want the full facing view. But for that particular figure, you need the side view to appreciate the whole figure. And yeah, sometimes you find it's going to be 3/4, sometimes it'll be an elevated position, sometimes it might be a bit lower. You've got to try and find, you know, the right one, but make sure you nail it in your silhouette when you're posing. The other thing to consider is at what point during the movement are they? So if they're charging, are they just drawing the sword? Is the sword like going to be above the head? You've got to make sure that the sense of movement is reflected in the miniature. So you don't want to go with a sword above his head, like he's mid-charge, but then not have him kind of fully lunging forwards and, you know, screaming a battle cry and everything. You've got to have all of the elements have got to kind of combine together. And then the final part, which is the big consideration for a miniature, is let's use the charging pose as an example, because it's notoriously difficult to manage. If you have a charging pose on a miniature, typically you're going to have like a toe maybe as the contact point on the ground. So you've got one leg up in the air, you've got another one kind of like, you know, just as the tiptoe on the floor as the guy's charging forwards. If that model gets a slight knock, the toe is going to snap off, or it's going to break off the base. So you need to incorporate into that sculpt another way to anchor the model to the base. Now for me, typically I try and keep the feet as close to the ground as I can, so I can stick things like rocks and twigs and branches and things to the base that will allow me to kind of create a bigger surface area to glue the model down with. I mean, I didn't do it in the case of Victoria. Victoria's got 1 foot on the ground, which is attached to this massive, great big rock. Now the rock is there as a counterbalance because it extends underneath the body. So you can actually put Victoria on the table without a base on, and she will stand up. And ideally, you want to try and achieve that where you don't need to have a base on them for them to be able to stand. If they can stand under their own weight, you've struck the pose right, I think. So yeah, there's not complicated poses isn't a problem, but you've got to think through the other things. Make sense? Right, I'm happy with that shoulder pad. Let me hide the extra bit that I wasn't using. That one. Awesome. Okay, so now we've got 2 shoulder pads, we've got the gauntlets, we've got the boots. I'm not entirely happy with the knee pads. I did them last minute before I finished the stream last night, so I'm just going to come in and just give them a little bit of clean up. But I am going to also just slice the knees off. When you have excess when you've got excess like topology, it's a good idea usually to clean it back, get rid of what you don't need. Now I know we've chatted about this before, haven't we, about using like about duplicating the body and sculpting the armours and clothing and stuff directly on. Right tool for the job. Sometimes trim dynamics not quite enough. You okay, Mabel? You calm now? You're barking at the birds. And the postman. And the air. Come on, come lie down. Good girl. think what was bothering me with the knee pads here was that it was, like I say, it was a last minute addition before I was having to dash off. I never quite got around to refining and polishing them up properly. Too much out there. Another thing I would always encourage you to do as well is get in the habit of not trying to use the undo button too much. If you feel like you've made a mistake, rather than undo and go back to a restore point and then rework it from there, get into the habit of sculpting your mistakes out. Like literally just sculpt over it, and when you first start, it's daunting. It's a daunting thing to do because you make a massive mistake and you're like, oh my god, I've got to go back and redo it all and whatever else. But there is power in repetition. The more you do things, the better you're going to get at it. And there's so many times I've done something and then I've lost the work and I've had to go back and redo it, and invariably I always prefer the result the second time. There's never been a time when I've kind of gone, I haven't got it quite as good, or you know, this was better before it crashed. It's never happened. So the second time around, I've gone in there and I've managed to fix it, usually faster as well. I've usually done it quicker because I know what I'm doing, having done it once already. But it's very easy to, let's say, fall back on your undos and just say, right, you know, I'll undo that. I'll go back and I'll just pick it up where, you know, to the last bit where I was happy with it. But what that kind of does is it gives you a crutch. And whilst in itself it's not a bad thing, it hinders your progress. So you'll become faster and better, more efficient, more effective by doing things more. And when you've done something once and it doesn't work out, there's like an aspect of fear can come over you that you're going to lose your work, or you're going to kind of you know, you're going to lose your progress, or it's going to be a catastrophe if it, you know, if you lose it or you delete it or you mess something up. If you can get past the fear and you know you can just sculpt the details out, or you can polish it and buff it and restore it and correct it and whatever, it's not the end of the world. Your confidence will boost, your speed will get better. And you can just believe in yourself to, you know, knowing that you can do it, essentially. It's like I've seen a lot of Photoshop tutorials where they're talking about, you know, as a good practice exercise for the same reasons, essentially, as a good practice exercise to paint everything on one layer. So instead of using multiple layers to do shadows and highlights and everything else, do your Photoshop paintings as a single layer. and that way what you're doing is destructive. Every time you add a new layer, you're destroying the underlayers, and you know, you're enhancing them and improving them, but they're no longer modifiable in their own right. But once that doesn't matter to you anymore, you know, as an artist, you're free. I feel like I've really messed this up, but I'm going to sort it out. But I'm going to sort it out in a different way to what I was thinking I was going to do. Right, let's go and slice this. Oops, it's already hidden, isn't it? What I'm finding here, I'm struggling a little bit with the knee pads, and the reason I'm struggling with the knee pads is because duplicate them. I'm trying to sculpt this inner layer separately to the outer layer, and it's not working for me. So what I'm going to do instead on this one, I'm going to just knock back the inner layer. And the next copy of these, I'm going to knock back the outer layer, and I'm just going to polish and refine the inner layer. Just refining the edge line. I want to try and get the height fairly flat and level. At the same time, I want to try and make sure that there's no massive undulations on this, so that it's relatively flat. Now, in 32mm scale, 40mm scale, which is what we're doing here, little tiny fluctuations are not going to show up. You don't have to be too precious about it. The larger you go, the less forgiveness you get. Now when I'm doing this bit on the inside, this can be tough because sometimes what you'll have is the brush is going to pull the mesh above it. It's going to yank down and deform all the mesh on the other side. If it's too close, if that's the case, what you have to do is you just have to mask off one side or use the select rectangle to physically cut a chunk off, basically, while you hide the bit you're not using, and then you can work on it unhindered. It's just a stupid bit that doesn't need. Let's just lose that out. I'm doing all of this, by the way, with Sculptress Pro mode on, so this is creating topology as I go. I haven't got to worry about stretching the polys or deforming my mesh too much. Got to worry about it a little bit, but that's more in terms of like the shape of things. And with Sculptress Pro mode, it creates triangles, a proper tessellated mesh. So when it's creating the triangles for you, it's difficult to get like a sharp, crisp edge. So your edges end up like this. Now when you zoom out, and you zoom out to the point where we're actually going to be dealing with something that's not that big in real life, those edges do not matter at all. So, you know, don't worry about them. We can run a bit of H polish on. We can do smoothing, polish on when we do a Dynamesh, and that will sort out the irregularities in there as well. I feel like the outer profile of this now is kind of where I wanted it. Maybe not 100%, but it's getting there. Yeah, and you know, I did the same yesterday. I was sitting there and I was tinkering with something, and I can't remember, I think it was the bracers. I was tinkering and I was messing, and then I sat there and I kicked myself and I was like, what are you doing? Like, there's literally does not make a difference. It's not important one bit. Stop faffing, stop messing, get on with it, do something else important. And sometimes you do need to give yourself that mental kick up the arse to kind of say, you know, just give it a rest, leave it alone, move on. Nothing to see here. But there's a saying, isn't there? The was it perfect? Sorry, finished, not perfect. Get it finished. Don't worry about it being perfect. It's never going to be perfect. You'll never achieve it. It's unachievable. Not just for you, for anybody. That's not saying give up your crap. It's basically saying that the so like for me, one of the things I found was, like, years and years and years ago when I first started doing the miniatures, there was no tutorials, there's no information online about doing actual miniatures, so I ended up like teaching myself, and I taught myself to sculpt miniatures using putty and stuff, so I was already making physical miniatures, and I wanted to make miniatures digitally so I could do them 3D printed and have some real high quality kind of master models in my range. And I got there in the end, but I went through so many crap models to start with, so many bad sculpts, and the reason for it was that I was learning on the fly. So I'd already learnt about like the anatomy side of things. I'd already learnt about sculpting techniques and miniatures requirements for casting and stuff. So I knew all of that kind of stuff already. What I didn't know was how to use the software to do what I needed to do. And every time I looked at the software online, every time I looked at anything to do with it, all I ever found was like all these video game things where they're showing you about game characters or characters that are going to be like a 3D art piece, sorry, a 2D art piece rendered in 3D, or something that's going to be animated. And YouTube just didn't exist. So basically I ended up going back to the drawing board and saying, right, there's nothing out here that suits my needs, nothing out here that, you know, is giving me the information that I require for what I need to do. So I'm just going to look at what tools are available to me and how I can use them to do what I need to do. And that was basically what I did, was I went through and I went, right, so I can do all the stuff I was doing, sculpting actual miniatures using these tools. And I employed the technique I would use, using the stylus obviously this time instead of a sculpting tool. I would employ the sculpting techniques that I use for physical clay and putty and stuff, and I would apply that to the digital media. And it wasn't 100%, wasn't 100% carryover, but it wasn't far off. Most of the stuff I'm doing like now, where I'm smoothing out surfaces and stuff, I'd have been doing this with a little bit of water and a kind of a rubber brush, or a, you know, a rounded ball-ended tool that I can use to what do you call it, burnish out the surface and stuff. So what I'm doing is not dissimilar, but I had to teach myself, I had to figure it out myself, and I had to develop my own technique that worked for me. And that was just because that was, you know, there was nothing around at the time. And then what would happen is, what I was saying before about, like, you know 20 different ways to do something. You know, you think of one way to do something, and then as you're doing it, you go, actually, I could have done it this way, could have done it that way, I should have done this, I should have done that. And that was kind of where I was. So I was doing something, it was taking me an awful long time to do a miniature, and I was never happy with them. They were just bad. Objectively, they weren't necessarily bad, but by my standards and my own expectations of my own work, they fell short. And, you know, other people may have been satisfied with it. I'm a bit of a stickler, and the problem was I would get halfway through a figure and I was like, I don't like this. I don't like this model. I don't want to carry on with it. And rather than pushing on, because I'd learnt more stuff and I'd developed techniques and I'd progressed my own skills in the process of doing that one sculpt, I'd kind of fallen out of love with the model I was making, and I'd end up moving on to another one. And the obvious problem with that was I never finished anything. You know, this pursuit of perfection that I was after, pursuit of the perfect model, the perfect sculpting technique, whatever you might want to call it, this pursuit of this perfection actually prevented me from, like, progressing and finishing anything. So there came a point when I was kind of like, okay, I need to commit to something here. I need to do something that is bigger than just me in my office, you know, making what I want to make. So I did a Kickstarter. I set up a Kickstarter page, and I was like, right, I'm going to fund this. I'm going to get the, you know, get people to pay me for my models. They're going to buy the range off me. It's going to be a killer. And, you know, I was like, yeah, I'll do this, and then I will get third party, what's the word? like third-party stakeholders who are expecting stuff to be delivered, customers who have paid for the goods, who want their stuff basically. And I mean, it's exactly what I got. You know, the range funded. It funded well. I did decent out of it. I ended up having to make 33 models, I think it was in the end. I only set out to make 7. Well, sorry, I started with 7. My intention was I would go to 11. And then I got so carried away with how well the Kickstarter was going, I ended up committing to more and more and more. And then at that point, I mean, now 33 models, I'd be like, yeah, it's fine, I can deal with that. But at the time, it was like, shit, what do I do? And 33 models literally would have taken me, you know, it did. It took me 18 months in the end to make those 33 models. But you know, I did it. I made them. I delivered them. You know, we got shortlisted for Best Miniature Range at UK Games Expo 2018 with them. So it was you know, it was a good thing for me to do from my own point of view, just to be able to actually physically progress something and to get out of this mindset of it's not good enough, I need to do it again. If I look back at the first models I made, I'm still not a fan. Even now I look at them and I have gone back and I have re-sculpted some of them. You know, I will put my hand up and admit that. I've gone back and tweaked some of my earlier models because I'm not entirely satisfied. Will I go back and do more? Probably. So, you know, but they're done, and there's a point where I can literally walk away and I know that they are finished. And annoyingly, the ones that have sold them the best out of everything I've ever done were the first 4 models I ever actually sculpted, which weren't even the ones I released. I didn't release these ones until much later because they were multi-part heroes, and I sculpted them thinking it would be a fantastic idea because there was nothing like it around. And then I got the production quotes and I was like, that's why there's nothing around. They were going to cost, at the time, I'd have to have them cast in resin or metal, and doing multiple components is fine, but obviously every component has a cost to be cast and moulded. And when you're supplying all of this stuff to a customer and they're only going to use, you know, they're going to use 1 out of 4 heads, they're going to use 1 out of 4 weapon options or whatever. It was like I'm producing an awful lot of stuff that people are just going to chuck into a box that they're not going to use. And I ended up kind of saying, you know what, it's not tangible at this point. Then when we got to 3D, STL file, 3D printing at home kind of stuff, we got to that kind of industry. I was like, right, now's the time to release them. Let's put them out. And they went like hotcakes, and people loved them. And I think even now they're some of my best sellers. You know, what's that, 10 years on? Nearly. 9 years, I think. Knee pads are fine. Right, the boots now. Hey David, how you doing, matey? Yeah, so I'm back on with the Paladin. I got railroaded last night with a family visit that overran, and yeah, I never got a chance to get down to the office before 11 o'clock, and I was like, it's too late now. So we're back on with him today. It absolutely is. didn't end up getting to bed until 1:30 in the morning, but such is my life at the moment, I suppose. Cheers, mate. Right, what we'll do, I'll just do him some. I don't think we've got any. Let me just double check. No, so he's going to end up having a big old chain skirt. So I'm just going to give him some trousers and new boots for now, just to remove the over muscular legs that look a bit bizarre on him. So. I'm not too fussed about that now. Right, the chain skirt, let's just check something on this. Right, so it's open to the centre, that's what I always say. Wooden Mage, good morning, how are you doing? Right, so no, I don't do manual retopo. I will literally just polish the hell out of everything using H-polish, trim dynamic, possibly the planer brush occasionally. So one of the things to bear in mind with these, so this guy here now is a 40mm scale miniature, right? Up close, I can see wobbles, I can see bumps, I can see lumps and everything else in here. I can see edges that aren't sharp enough. These bits I probably do need to come in and just crisp up in a minute. However, the absolute critical thing you got to remember is when this thing is printed, it's like that big. So what you need to do is mentally check it. Oh, let's turn off the colours a second. Put the shadows in. Can I see at that distance all of the detail on the model? Can I see everything I need to see when I've zoomed out? And it is like, I mean, I've got a ruler here. I think that is about 4cm on the screen. Let me just measure it. Oops. That's actually 50mm tall on my screen. So if I zoom out, so it's actually 40mm. Still not right. Right, that 40mm scale now. So that, what you're looking at on screen, the model on screen right now is what you would actually be looking. I mean, you're looking at a phone screen or a laptop or whatever else, so it's not necessarily the same. But you can see the difference in what I was looking at originally when I was sculpting it versus what I'm looking at in terms of what it's going to be on the tabletop. And this, what you're looking at now, this is the important view. So don't ever worry about getting in there and doing all of like the clean up and everything else and making everything super crisp and beautiful and everything else, because it's wasted time, it's wasted effort. All that matters is that when this thing is 3D printed, it's nice to paint, it looks good on the tabletop. Now what I will do is, once we've posed the whole model, I will go and get the whole thing. We'll do pre-process, we'll do decimate, and we'll reduce the poly count down. So any effort you spend topologizing it now is going to get absolutely annihilated at that point anyway. So you don't even need to worry about clean meshes. this entire thing, if I show you my mesh, it's, if you're a topology fan, brace yourself, because this is my this is my topology on the model. You know, there is none, essentially. It's Dynameshed within an inch of its life. It's there we go. We've got dynamic topology in there using the Sculptress Pro mode. Let me just turn off the colour. You can see here, dynamic topology does this, where we have like areas where it doesn't need to add so much detail, it reduces the poly count. Areas where we've got denser detail, where I've used a smaller brush, it goes in there with a lot of tiny little triangles, and it makes it super dense, but it doesn't apply the denseness uniformly across the board. And the square bits is the base mesh that was untouched, that I haven't actually modified yet. So yeah, with Sculptress Pro mode on, I literally never even worry about the topology. Topology is like literally the least thing I will concern myself with. Would Mage, if you've got any questions at all, fire up. Even if you think it's off topic from what I'm doing here, if you've got anything that's burning a hole in your head that you need to like get out urgently, or you're desperate to know, please do feel free. Right, so I'm going to go append a cylinder. X symmetry on. I'm just going to hold Alt and move. I'm just going to push the top in to the waist. Again, I don't care how pretty this looks. It doesn't need to look pretty, it just needs to serve a purpose. David, are you here and listening at the moment, mate? I just wanted you to have a little think about your preferred pose. Did you want foot on rock for him, or do you want something a bit more like bracing with a shield, ready to like a shield bash type thing, or do you want shield pull back, sword up in a kind of a hero pose, or have you got no preference at all? Just for reference, guys, Hobbsnet in the chat on Twitch. That's our man David, who's the client on this one. It's always nice to have the client on hand when you're sculpting to be able to ask questions of him real time. Also adds a little bit of extra tension so you don't screw it up too much and worry about being judged. Right, this is going to be a chainmail skirt, however I will not be sculpting any chainmail on it until it's posed. And you'll see again, the way I sculpt things, stuff looks ugly as sin from times. There's a picture called Awesome Pose. Let me go and find Awesome Pose, mate. Oh yeah, I've got Awesome Pose. Yeah, we can do that. Easy for you, mate. Easy peasy. Okay, so the next thing I need to do then is I do need to make the shield, but I'll deal with that in a bit. First thing I'm going to do is make a sword. I'm going to start with War Duke's sword because it's huge and chunky and epic, and I feel like it's a very good base. It's actually a very good base for most like decent sized swords. Yeah, got you, mate. Sword about neck high. Sorry, wide stand, shield about neck high, sword high and ready to strike. Yep, we get that. Right, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to import import. So I've got my component library, guys. If you want access to my component library, you can go and sign up to Patreon, which is patreon.com/LTminis, and the gold tier gets access to the I don't know why I've gone to Crystal Collapse. Gold tier gets access to my component library here, which has got all these different bits in there: accessories, anatomy, animals, base meshes, clothing and armour, component images. What's that? Oh, that's just pictures of the components that are going in. Miscellaneous, modular bits, things from nature. So we've got flowers and things in there. And then we've got the weapons. With the weapons, we've got all the subcategories of weapons. We've got swords and daggers. These are broken down into chunks because I've actually uploaded them onto ZBrush, I think it was, as kind of like modular packs here, like sword packs. And I believe War Duke sword is the one I want. There we go. Right, so David, are you okay with me making a bit of a modification to the guy's sword? Yeah, well, what I try and do is whenever I make a new asset, I make a new base mesh or I make a new set of heads. I forget to do the heads an awful lot, to be fair. I always forget to put the heads in there. But yeah, anytime I make something new, like a new weapon, I always save it down and put it into that library. So it's constantly growing with like new bits and new accessories like lanterns and pickaxes and any little useful bits that I think somebody will appreciate that, or I'll get some more future use out of it. The other thing then, the reason I want to modify the sword, Dave, is the do you want a scabbard? Do you want a scabbard on this guy? So one of the things you get with artists sometimes, obviously you get the rule of cool going on, and we had a chat about this. The scabbard's the sword holder, mate, the sword sheath, this bit. So that's the sword scabbard, and there's the sword itself. So with the sword itself, what I will do, because this guy's sword, excuse me, this guy's sword doesn't have all of this stuff going on. So I will take the sword here, slice it. We'll do a group polish. going to lose that bit. I'll take this piece. So this is how this is the kind of thing I do all the time. So I take a sword that's got the rough form that I like, and we'll go, right, this will be the starting point, and then I'll hack it up and chop it up and modify it and stuff, and it'll save me maybe 20 minutes, half an hour of like sculpting from scratch. Okay, so the sword on your artwork, David, the way the sword guard is, the top of the sword guard is curved, but it's curved down towards the hand. So what you want is the sword comes down, a sword comes down, he deflects it, it catches the guard stops it from cutting into his hand or cutting into his arm. But the way the sword guard is here, if the sword comes down the back of the guard, it's going to glide off and slice into his hand or slice into his forearm. So what I want to do is I just want to invert that and flip it upside down. So it's not dissimilar to the one I've got here actually. I'll take that off. Just reprofile this one. Activate X and Z symmetry so it gives us front and back. It's one of those things that I think is an oversight a lot of the time for people. So they kind of go in there and they go, oh, you know, this looks cool. We had it with Crystal Collapse, the artwork for Vice, the captain of the Rosenberg Rebels. He had this like fantastic looking sword that was all flaming and everything else, and it had this huge ornate like guard. But Alex, when he drew the artwork for us, the guard was completely upside down. So it was like a huge, great big. When it was stabbed into the ground, it looked awesome. But then we were like, oh, we're going to pose it with the sword slung up on the guy's shoulder. And if I'd have sculpted, well, I did sculpt the sword as it was. When I put it on there was no physical way for him to hold the sword, where the blade would have been a cuttable edge, a usable cutting edge, because he'd have had to have been slapping people with a flat part, because he would never have been able to hold it, so that the sword guard didn't kind of like stab him in the arm. So yeah, I ended up remodeling the sword completely on that one. So Alex has got to update the artwork for us and change it up. So let's go for, we'll widen this out. Sword slapper. Take the flat of my blade and you'll like it. Right, let's go for so I always remember like having a meeting with a mate of mine, Paul Matthews, and we had a little bit of a get together. We were talking about games. He's in the industry himself. And as we were discussing this thing, he was kind of like, oh yeah, so you go for a profile for, you know, we'll have a barbarian and we'll call him Kick-Ass the Ass Kicker. Ever since then, I've just been so kind of like, I just want to include that, incorporate it into one of the games, and like call a character that. So I think we're gonna end up having some kind of like barbarian or some kind of like Crystal Collapse mercenary character. I think it's going to be Kick-Ass the Ass Kicker. Yeah, it's funny how like funny nicknames kind of stick with you over time. Cause that's got to be like 6-7 years ago. I'm literally just using H polish at the moment and just like buffing and polishing and trying to just refine the shape of the edge of the blade. I think that's kind of, feels kind of right. lower this down a bit. This wasn't quite so high. Feel like that works. Right, now I've got some issues going with the orientation on this, so I'm just going to do a mirror and weld X and Z. Alright, let's... Always does this. You do mirror and weld, and every single time I end up picking the wrong, like mirroring the bad side. We end up keeping the bad side and getting rid of the good side. Okay, sword handle is longer than that, so let's take the end piece. There's no like skull crusher on that one. Delete the hidden. Let's take that end cap. Might actually just use that end cap actually, because it looks like it would go quite well with the sword. Hey Rich, how we doing, matey? Back on with the old Paladin today, from yesterday. Yeah, lovely, thank you, mate. Ah, shit. There we go. I could have undone that, but I'm not gonna. Let's be bloody minded about it. Now again, you see all the little striations on the sword grip here that I'm sculpting. So all these little ridges and stuff. There's realistically not any requirement for me to have to polish those out. I'm going to, because I can do it quickly. But in terms of whether or not these things are going to show up on the model, what, ribbed for your pleasure. You realise you mentioned it without mentioning it, Rich. I mean, I won't go too far into this conversation, but did you ever play Saints Row? Fake news. Well, I prefer Saints Row games to the any of the Grand Theft Auto games by a mile. And the weapons in it were just, mate. Google some of the videos of it, right? Basically, imagine you take Grand Theft Auto gameplay with all like the kind of the crudeness and everything you expect in it. You're basically playing this gang called the Saints. And by the time you get into later games, the game's just insane. There's a zombie level in one of them. I can't remember, Saints Row 3 I think it is. And you have to go to the mayor. The mayor kind of hires you to go and do the thing, and like I always played the the kind of the Cockney gangster voice character, because you can choose your character's voice. And I just remember there's a whole discussion you're having with this girl who's in your team, and she's like, look, I'm going to take you to the mayor, but you've got to be on your best behaviour. And he's like, you basically, you guys like showboating and talking about how, like, you know, he ain't bowing down to no one and all this kind of stuff. And then he walks into the room and he goes, oh my god, it's Burt fucking Reynolds. And Burt Reynolds is the mayor of the town who's hiring you to like fight off the zombies. And it's just quite an amusing game all in all. But then it goes down this huge kind of rabbit hole of like weirdness when you get like, I can't remember what it is. I think I want to say it's called like the Penetrator or something. It's like a rocket launcher that you basically shove up someone's backside and then you hold them up and lift them into the air and then propel them into space. Yeah, do you know, it's not far off. But if they had it on sale sometimes. Saints Row 4 basically took that into the Matrix. So literally the plot of the Matrix was like, obviously you were being used as human batteries and you were living in this digital world, and then you get broken out. You're the president of the world. You get broken out of the Matrix, and you have to go and rescue your mates and stuff. And then you go back into the Matrix and you're fighting all these aliens, and you hack the Matrix and get superpowers. It was honestly, it is like Grand Theft Auto had just gone absolutely crazy. It's like they just saw a working formula, a game that was fun to play, and they went, let's take this up a notch. And it's such a fun game. It's just absolutely ridiculous. But yeah, Saints Row 3, Saints Row 4. If you get a chance, grab them, give them a go. You know, you won't be disappointed. Mar91, thank you for the follow as well. Hope you're keeping well this morning. Feel free to jump into the chat and ask any questions you got, dude. It absolutely is, yeah. I mean, get yourself some game, some footage of it and watch it, man, because it's like, it's such a fun. I mean, it's the kind of game my son would absolutely love it. But it is so wrong, I daren't even suggest it to him. And in fact, I'd be disgusted if he played it. So, there's so much stuff that's just not appropriate in that game. It's like, yeah, he ain't playing it till he's like, I don't know, 21 maybe. I was going to say 18. I feel like 18 is not enough. You know, you want to see what it is, don't you? It's like if Quentin Tarantino made Grand Theft Auto. Right, now we've got some runes going on down the blade, I think. I'm going to go one side down the blade. I'm not going to do both. always a stylus, mate. Always got the pencil on. I did try doing it with a mouse a long time ago. And you can do so much with it. And I do use a mouse if I'm doing if I'm manoeuvring things and sizing stuff and scaling stuff. So when I'm trying to set up a scene, especially if I'm doing like terrain, like I've been doing a fair bit of terrain pieces for people lately. But when I'm doing that kind of stuff, then I tend to use a mouse for just moving it around and positioning it. But yeah, if I'm doing like these kinds of things, then yeah, I'll tend to have, when I'm sculpting, it'll be the stylus. Right, there we go. We've got a single-edged rune blade now. Do you know what? Oh, she's asleep on the sofa behind me. I was just wondering where she got to then. No, she hasn't been anywhere. Have you got dogs barking in your room and you think they're in my room? Mabel, come here, Daddy. Wanna come say hello to Richard? Come here, beautiful. Oh no, the door's just open and swinging, so it just, do you know what, let me just, there we go. There she is, mate. You say hi, Mabel? Say hi. Say hello. Oh, it's stuck in your fur here. My little office buddy. There you go. Oh. Cute, eh? It's too hot for her at the moment. The heat's wiping her out. That was her spot. That was where she was. I'll pop her back on her. Back in a bed, actually. There you go. Yeah, she's constantly got stuff stuck in her fur. So she's a mucky little dog. So she goes. There you go. Settle in now. Yeah, let me just grab this down. I'll just give you a quick show of what I've been working on here with the. I've got my new backdrop on my crystal collapse board. It's looking awesome at the moment. I've just finished doing voice and so the rest of my office is a little bit of a mess still. I don't know, normally she's up on my lap all the time. She comes over here and sits on my lap while I'm working. Gets right in the way. Well, let's get you guys back on sculptage. There we go. Yeah, I'll have a break in 10 and I'll go and get her a little bit of bacon for her troubles. Right, let's have a look at the scabbard now. So the scabbard doesn't quite fit the profile anymore, so cheers, man. It plays really nice, actually, to be fair. But I'm gonna do a big board build recorded soon. So we'll go down there and then down the bottom here. Let's just I want to build a crystal collapse board that's all like ruins, and because the one we got at the moment it's like a mine. It's set up like a mine, but I want to do one that's all like ancient ruins, because I think that'd be cool. That'd be a cool one to play on. With that, so let's save quick. Yeah, she's been a bit of a naughty dog lately, actually. Oh dear, that did not go to plan, did it? Well, I think that's a bit too big, isn't it? I feel like that's probably about right. God, we're miles away from him. Right, so if he's holding the sword in his right hand, the sheath would be on his left hip, wouldn't it? First bit of posing, we're going to put it in the hand. Now, one of the worst things you can do with a sword on a miniature is to leave a gap there between the top of the hand and the bottom of the guard, because what you've got is a weak spot right there that's going to snap off. So to bring it right down and push the hand right up against it when we're posing him. Do you know what? It's a big enough scabbard actually. We can probably get away with it on his back, so let's go for it. He does have a leather strap around his waist, so yeah, in fact, you know, that's much better on his back, isn't it? Supposing I'm going to select the individual fingers and the individual joints of the fingers. I'm going to try and position this approximately where that digit is. I'm going to rotate it just enough. And then I will isolate the first part, mask it off, come back round. Same again for the last bit. So it's worth masking off the entire finger first and then working around incrementally. This is never a fun bit, by the way. Posing hands every single time I do it, always just as tedious as the last. And unfortunately, when you've got like customised gauntlets and stuff like this guy's got, you can't even just go to a standard mesh. I have a load of pre-posed hands and things like that, but obviously I'd have to re-sculpt all the detail onto the fingers. At that point, I might as well just pose the hand. Right, you want to get the fingers as close to the handle as possible, because these little gaps here we're going to fill in as well, and that little gap there is going to get filled. That little gap's going to get filled. You've got to make sure that the whole hand to the blade is as watertight as possible, because the last thing you want to happen is for the sword to have gaps in between, so it doesn't connect fully to the hand, because you get weak spots, but you also get like resin traps, and if you get wet uncured resin trapped inside the model, it will weaken the resin on the outside that is cured, and ultimately you'll end up splitting. Now on a hand joint like that, it might be as insignificant as it might just make the sword break off, but if you end up with the whole model filled, if you hollowed it out for example, the model would just explode and rupture and the resin would leak everywhere. So yeah, it's definitely a consideration you've got to make for 3D printing. You've got to make sure that those gaps are just closed. They're forbidden. Weird reason I can smell bananas at the moment. I haven't moved or done anything. I haven't opened a banana. Mabel certainly hasn't. She's a salad dodger. Rich, how do you get dogs to eat vegetables and fruit? If you don't know Rich, by the way, his wife's an animal trainer. So it's not an entirely just random question I'm throwing out there. Going to take the green bit here, shut the whole thing up a touch so that it contacts. I'm just going to sculpt a little bit of just creases basically, just so it looks a bit like material. So, hand done, sword done. Oh, a little stretch. Riz, how we doing, mate? Been a long time, dude. Hope you keeping well. How's things? What are you up to these days, man? I knew that was coming next. Yeah, I know. I had to. What have you been working on, mate? Still in Japan loving the snacks? Good stuff. Yeah, still in England and it still sucks here. Loving the marshmallow. Are they particularly good in Japan, are they? They're shaped like teddy bears and stuff. Marshmallows for breakfast. 120 gram bags for breakfast. Do you know, it reminded me, I saw a video the other week and it was a Japanese model maker, day in the life of a Japanese model maker. It was this young Japanese lad. They followed him around for a day while he was, he was making like anime type characters as models, but they were all like hand sculpted from like polymer clay and whatever. And he was doing the prototypes, and he was in this studio. And he basically started with him getting out of bed, and he rolls out of bed in the morning. Literally lives in like a one-bedroom studio apartment with virtually nothing in it. Rolls out of bed, doesn't bother eating breakfast, goes straight to gets up, has a little wash, goes straight to work. When he gets to work, he does a little bit of his stuff. In fact, I think he did have something for breakfast, but it was something really not healthy. No, I'll tell you what, he skipped breakfast. For his lunch, he went out, so they followed him, and he went to the shop, and he had a tub of ice cream. He had a tub of ice cream for his lunch. And then, on the evening, they got him back home, and he had like a pack of like ramen ready noodle things, like basically the equivalent of a pot noodle, and that was his dinner. And I just remember him kind of like, they basically turned to him and went, "How are you still alive? If that's what you is this how you eat every day? If so, how are you not dead?" Proper nutrition, yeah. I mean, he was living like a student. This guy was. He was perfectly happy, like, you know what I mean. But he was definitely living the life of a student. Shorten this a bit so you can see his knee pads. I can believe it. Yeah, it didn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary, which I say kind of the concerning thing, I think. But Yeah, I mean, he rolled out of bed and he spent half an hour just watching YouTube. So he'd watch YouTube videos for half an hour before he got up and did anything. Like that. Oh, 100%. I don't know what's going on here. Let's save this because I'm certain this is going to crash. Get a mouse. Anybody missed it, by the way, what I did then was I pressed too hard when I was polishing the inside of the model, and it pulls through and creates a divot in the back side of the model. You can't use it because basically what ends up happening is the flat part between the two has like 0 skin thickness, and if you actually put that into a slicer, what happens is it just shows up as errors, and the slicer thinks you need to put a ton of supports there. The reality of it is it's a solid, I say solid, I am mate. The chainmail's coming in a minute. I'll get the pose done first and then we'll do the chainmail. Let's get the sleeves on. Have you seen my chainmail trick, David, or are you just interested to see how I do it? Let's say it's funny about the marshmallows, but it's actually something I've switched up. Basically, fruit / sugar marshmallows, sugar puff type still 12. Not eating it with fats and protein. Reserve that for lunch. Protein, carbs, and fats and mate, you're frying my brain here. Oh yeah, long ass explanation for it. But your metabolism's firing. Eating 1,000 plus 1,000 calories a day more than usual, and you can't keep the weight off. Mate, I have no idea what any of that means. But if it's working for you, keep it up, mate. What am I looking for? Extract. Reduce the thickness a bit. We'll do. Delete the internal geometry. Close holes and let's pull the sleeves down. In fact, I won't pull the sleeves down, I'll wait till it's posed. Right. Same, mate, all the same stuff, with the main exception being, so I can't remember what I was doing when we last chatted. We've just funded a game called Crystal Collapse on Gamefound, So we've got a bit of focus on that now. So we're going to try and get the production underway. We're just polishing off the game, finishing off the rules. Max, the game designer, is well, we had a chat this morning. He's put the finishing touches on our solo mode, which is cool. He's been doing a little bit of work on the app. So yeah, got some good stuff going on. We're about to open the late pledges this week, hopefully. Cheers, man. Yeah, it all went pretty well, to be fair. It was I tell you what, it was one of those proper like underdog story type things though. So the campaign went off to a really slow start, and then I managed to like swing two quite high profile kind of names in the industry to do like videos for us for free. They did like some free promo for us, you know, off their own back. Like, they offered to do it, and it was Tabletop Time and Dave at MS Paints. So Dave just loves the game and just wanted to make content for it, and the guys at Tabletop Time, I've been doing some sculpts for them, and they wanted to help as well, and they were like, we've got an advertising slot free that nobody's taken, we'll give it to you, we'll plug you. So we got a bit of a promotion and a bit of boost on the numbers from that, and we were riding short all the way through the campaign, and with the final 48 hours to go, I think we were on about 18 out of 25 grand, and I was panicking, wondering if we were actually going to get it. And it literally went down to the last, I think it was the last 20 minutes. It's like 20 minutes shy of the end. We hit the funding goal. And it was the most nail-biting kind of like, you know, episode I've ever been involved in. You know, it was like, it was proper, I keep saying like, joking like that, you know, one day they'll make a movie about this and Adam Sandler, it'll be like one of those underdog movies and I'm going to be played by Adam Sandler. It's just nuts there, man. Like all the community, all the people who were backing it, all the supporters, all the, you know, the backers were kind of like throwing extra money at it to get it across the line, and like increasing their pledges, and you know, pleading with other people to kind of like get behind it and back. And it was such a show of solidarity. It was awesome. And then we crossed the line and we funded, and now we've got a second opportunity to try and like to do better with it as well. So late pledges will be live this week, and then we've got to start getting some ads running and get some you know, get some eyes on the game so we can kind of bump the numbers up. We've got about 160 backers at the moment, give or take. I think it's 167 in total. So we're just gonna get the game produced. We've got a Russian guy. He wants to do a Russian localization of it. So he's looking like 1,000 copies of the game in Russian. Got a French localization going through. Yeah, I mean, we're not going anywhere near my manufacturer with it. We're on Gamefound. Right, let me grab the link. I'll pop it in there in the chat. No, it's a Gamefound's very similar, but like where Kickstarter is like everything. Like Gamefound is just games. So yeah, Gamefound is just for games, so it's a more tailored audience, if you like. Yeah, you can see all the stuff in the campaign page there, in the link. You know, we're really pleased with how it all came together. Definitely made some mistakes. You know, some things we took advice on, and I kind of second guessed myself. And retrospectively, I wish I hadn't. I should have just stuck with my gut, basically. Now there's minis in there as well. There's a lot of board game type things in there, and a lot of them do include miniatures. Like what? Kind of the content that we've got in the game. There was an amount of the stuff that we put in that we kind of thought about putting in at the beginning. We were going to include it, and then we left it off. And then talking to people, they were kind of like, "Well, you should put that in. You should include it." So we ended up adding it into the game. But it was always going to be part of the game, but it was going to be part of the game later on. And some of the feedback we got was that there's a kind of a little bit of confusion about the way the game looks. Obviously, we've designed a war game, a tabletop war game with miniatures, which was the plan for the beginning. And what we've ended up doing is we've ended up kind of, because so many people were seeing the game and going, "Oh, it's a great looking board game," and we're like, "It's not actually a board game; it's a miniatures war game." And they're like, "Oh, well, I'm not interested in miniature war games, but I'd totally buy it if it was a board game." So we've kind of ended up splitting the product into like two, and I think one of the problems we've had is from a marketing point of view, we're straddling between the two like game types. So we're trying to hit both the board game market and the miniature wargaming market. And I kind of feel like we'd have done better if we'd have said one or the other. Do you know what I mean? If we'd have just said this is a miniatures game, or it's a board game. But if we'd have said it was a board game, we'd have had to have done the miniatures in China, mass manufactured. We'd have needed a much higher threshold, and we'd have probably had to have funded. We'd have had to have had a couple of the expansion packs already ready to go. And the better way for doing it, for me, I think, if we'd have planned it a little bit better, would have been to do the miniatures war game at a smaller scale until we've got a couple of the like expansion packs ready and done, and whatever else ready to go, and then done the board game version of it as a kind of as a bigger thing, as a separate project. And we'd have been able to tailor the market in there a little bit better, and we wouldn't have struggled quite so much to get the funding, I don't think. So, because if we'd have had all the miniatures already for the war game version of it, and then we sell it as acrylic standees on a board game, etc., we could literally have done the whole thing using acrylic standees, and then it would be like, if you want the miniatures, here they are. So yeah, in retrospect, I think I'd have probably done that. But like I say, we ended up kind of like splitting it into two products within the same campaign I'll say quite last minute. But like, yeah, it wasn't our plan when we set out to do it. Yeah, board game, dice, tokens, cards, all that kind of stuff. The minis is so I'm making all the minis here in the UK. We're going to be producing them all here. So we've got like 100 and odd pledges that have included miniatures. So it's manageable. I've just upgraded my production facility here, so we've got an extra 3D printers running now. And there are lots of board games that include miniatures, but what we've found is a lot of people are kind of oversaturated by them at the moment, and they want to play the board games, but they're not necessarily interested in the miniatures. So a lot of these board game fans have basically gone like, you know, I really want to play it, but I'd really prefer not to have the miniatures, which cuts me to the heart. You know what I mean? It's like that's my contribution to it, is the miniatures. And they're like, no, we don't want that. But obviously, it's you know, it is what it is, and people want what they want. So, and this is why I say it's different markets, isn't it? You know. But yeah, it's almost like I feel like we had a little bit of identity crisis going on in terms of where we kind of positioned ourselves, and retrospectively I'd have adjusted that and kind of addressed it a little bit better, I think. Right, let's get this dude posed up, and then, oh no, it's his boots, I need his actual shoes, sorry. Yeah, that's it. I mean, we're committed to it now. We know what we're doing. We've got the quotes underway. We're driving on and doing it. So it's happening, which is good. Well, thankfully, logistics on this one, we've only got 160 odd to deliver, so it's not too bad. But yeah, David knows all about the board game side of things. There's a lot of to-in and fro-in. I think once we start getting the production underway, you have to get your digital masters, so your digital samples done, check everything, make sure everything looks as it needs to look. Probably a load of to and fro in, modifying and editing things, paying for reprints and stuff like that. And then obviously you've got to sort out all your, you know, your logistics hubs and deliveries and stuff like that. Now, one of the companies we spoke to, and David, I don't know if this is of interest to you as well, Sky Games. So they gave us some really good prices. The Chinese, they gave us brilliant pricing, and they will fulfill directly to your customers for you. So there is no send it to me and then I've got to kind of like sort them and distribute them and divvy them up and whatever else. They will literally distribute directly to customers. Obviously the whole thing with the American market, there you go. The American market is at the moment like crazy with the tariffs, but they've just dropped the tariffs by 115%, and that's running for the next that's a 3-month deal. So hopefully in the next 3 months they get that sorted, and they can kind of negotiate an actual proper tariff deal that doesn't kind of like burn everybody in sight. So, it'd be nice to be able to get the games produced at a reasonable cost, rather than having to pay like 3 times as much to try and avoid the tariffs. But you know, it is what it is. you got to adapt and roll with it. How did you find the Sky Games, Dave? Right, what am I looking for? Wanted. Yeah, so my my choice, to be honest, was down to, from a production point of view, I like E-Star. Long Pack have been very good, and Sky Games seem to have an awful lot to offer. So they've all been quite accommodating. Now, the other one I've got on the cards for us at the moment is the Polish one called Fabrica. I'll say Carter Fabrica or something like that. I can't remember the name exactly, but yeah, those guys, Polish guys anyway. So, because one of the other things I came across was, I think it was what do they call it now? Article 301 or something like that in America, the one that's the Chinese tariff one, and essentially so the tariff applies to goods made in China. Fabrica, yeah, I know they're going to be more expensive, but it's kind of balancing the extra expense of the Polish manufacture versus the 245% tariff for US customers, and it was kind of like trying to basically find where it lies. Now we're only looking at cardboard components for ours, so it's the box, the cards, the book, and the tokens. Oh, and the dice, obviously, the dice and the standees. So those kind of things are the ones that we're having produced. The acrylic standees I can get produced here in the UK. Miniatures I'm doing myself, so we're not dealing with any of that kind of stuff, so it's just literally the cardboard stuff. So, well, do you know, I actually spoke to Longpack about that. They've already got the Vietnamese operation up and running, but they've said that it's only suitable for card games. They've got, if basically the second you add any dice or any plastic components to the game, they can't do it in Vietnam. Which, to be fair, might not be a terrible idea for us, but although actually it kind of defeats the point. Because what I was going to say was the Article 301 in the States, which is the tariff thing, only applies if the goods are made in China. If we have the components made in China, assemble them in the UK, and add additional components that we've made in the UK, then it's no longer classed as being made in China from a tariff point of view. So as long as you as long as you are significantly changing the product or working on the product yourself, then it becomes exempt from the tariffs. Now, obviously, if you've got like over 10,000 followers or something like that on your project, last time I looked, I think it's like you've got a decent following going on, you're probably going to end up with a good few thousand backers. You don't really want to be tinkering with a few thousand game boxes, do you? So it's probably less of a viable one for you. So yeah, I don't know. It's just options. You know what I mean? We've got to like look at everything, don't we, at the moment, and see how it's going to kind of work out. But this is all the stuff that nobody sees in the background. You know, all these chasing around all the different quotes and having to react to things like the tariffs and things like that. It's a massive headache. I'm trying to do all of that whilst I'm still sculpting all the. You pack 2,000 games. You say, oh my god, mate. I mean, I saw Max doing the Max and the Nanolift guys posting all their updates on their Facebook page when they were in the warehouse, like packing all the boxes to ship out, and they were doing it all themselves, self-fulfillment. But they weren't packing the games; they were just fulfilling them, delivering them. But I know the guys at Futsal Miniatures. When they did Mortal Gods, they didn't even run that through a campaign. They did it all self-funded and everything. So they produced everything locally, kind of like what we did with Crystal Collapse the first time round. And they sold 2,500 copies of the game, I think it was. And they cast all the miniatures themselves. They got all the books, they got all the tokens, they did all of this kind of stuff. And they ended up having to use the Sarissa facilities, I think. Sarissa Precision's facilities to package all the stuff up. And honestly, that must have been such a massive undertaking on their part to be able to kind of, you know, literally self-manufacture, print, pack, cast and everything else, 2,500 copies of the game. It's like unreal. And then they got a cease and desist from Games Workshop because they changed the name of the company. They were told they weren't allowed to use the War Banner logo, which was the company that they've been using for the last 18 months at that point, because Games Workshop changed their company name from Games Workshop to Warhammer, or the shops rather, and they used a very similar kind of styled logo to what Futsal had done for War Banner. So it was black and white, and they were like, oh, War Banner and Warhammer are a little bit too close, and your logo looks very similar to ours. And they were told basically if they took them to court, they would win. But Games Workshop had such deep pockets, they'd just crush them in the battle, and they'd never bounce back anyway. So they just had to change the name. But luckily, they let them ship out the 2,500 copies of the game with War Banner on it, so they didn't have to kind of go back and rebrand and reproduce everything, which is good. Still sucks, like, but yeah. Let's copy this foot. Let's go stick it on him. Yeah, that's it. It's not worth playing games, is it? You know, with something like that, you just got to kind of go, all right, I could win, but ultimately it's a defeat one way or another. So like I say, they've got the better of you no matter what, haven't they? Ultimately, with the kind of clout they've got. You'll never win long term. It's like, do you remember Chapter House? The Chapter House Games Workshop lawsuit kind of thing. I mean, that was basically the same thing playing out there, I think. So basically, Chapter House were a company in the 2000s, I think. So do you remember there was a point in time where Games Workshop had Space Marines and Imperial Guard, and they had Orcs and Eldar, and then all of a sudden they became Adeptus Astartes and what do they call the Imperial Guard now? can't remember what the new name is for them now. So yeah, they gave them all these like funky names, and orcs became Oryx, and Elder became Eldari, and basically what happened was there was a lot of stuff that Games Workshop had in the rules and in the lore, but they never made products for. So, you know, shoulder pads for chapters that existed but didn't exist, and you know, characters, vehicles, particularly vehicles, I think. So they had all these extra. Oh wow! Oh, fair play to you, dude. I say, if you miss the old school Warhammer, it ain't the same anymore. But yeah, they had all this stuff anyway. They had all this stuff that was branded and named, and they just never produced the models for it. So Chapter House was a company that was basically set up to do exactly that. So they would sell the products for things that Games Workshop didn't make, and that was their business model. So they went in and did all of these kind of like all these unusual kits and things that Games Workshop just never bothered to produce. And then Games Workshop went, hang on a minute, they're making quite a bit of money here, selling stuff that is you know, using our IP. And yeah, they didn't like that. They didn't want to kind of let it wash, so they kicked off a little bit, took them to court. And ultimately the court case predominantly went in Chapter House's favour, actually. So they won most of the cases that were brought against them, because it turns out things like Space Marine was actually an unenforceable. They'd trademarked it and copyrighted it, but it was unenforceable because it was in such common use. Like for example in Aliens. Alien 3, they're Space Marines in that. You know, it was a generic enough term that you kind of go, you can't copyright that. So, and I think what it came down to was that they were using like what Games Workshop considered their copyrighted terms, you know, to sell the products. And yeah, the crux of it was Games Workshop lost. Chapter House went bust anyway, even though they won. And off the back of it, Games Workshop then went and did a full, massive, visual and kind of like name rebrand. So they changed all the names to something that was like less wishy-washy and generic. So like I say, the Adeptus Astartes are, you know, that is not a generic term, that's something that they have created. So you can't go onto a product page, create something and then name it the Adeptus Astartes such and such or whatever else, because Games Workshop will literally shut you down in a heartbeat. But obviously when they try to do that for Space Marines, it's less, I mean, people still call them Space Marines because we know them as that. But the legally enforceable term that they've got is, or the IP, legal IP for them is the Adeptus Astartes. The Adeptus Astartes Space Marines. Yeah, they won in the end no matter what. They got their own way. They strengthened their brand. It kind of forced them to make a big change, which I think in the end kind of seems to have worked out well for them. But yeah, they lost the court case, but then obviously they learnt some lessons from it, and then that stood them in good stead going forward for them to kind of say, right, let's tighten our belts, let's protect our IP, let's, you know, let's do what big companies should be doing. But then obviously the hobbyists don't like that. The hobbyists are like, no, how dare they take control of their own products. But yeah, that's what it is at the end of the day, isn't it? It's a product. It's their way of life, their bread and butter. I feel like I've just put his slippers on. Some of them, yeah. I'm not I'm not so keen on some of them. The new Empire guys, the I can't remember what they're called. The cafe, is it? The Chinese kind of styled guys. They're nice. The new Dark Elves that I've seen, the ones I've seen look badass. They are really, really nice. But yeah, I mean some of the stuff I'm less bothered about. Most of the stuff I'm less bothered about, to be honest. There's not an awful lot Games Workshop put out that I kind of really like stand up and take notice at anymore. I still see it all in the community pages and things, but I haven't been inspired to go and bloody creaky door. I haven't been inspired to go and buy anything from Games Workshop now since what was the last thing I bought now? It was the Chaos part of the Age of Sigmar starter set. I still need to get my Blood Bowl stuff done now, to be fair. I've still got Blood Bowl half built. Right, I think we're at a pose point with him now. I'll deal with the shield at the end. But let's save, lock him down, and then we pose him. Right. Merge visible. Right, before I do anything else with this, I'm just going to take the whole hand, the sword, and all the fingers on this hand. I'm going to merge all that together, just from a convenience point of view. When it comes to posing, it's going to make my life a lot easier. I don't think anything else really needs to be merged, apart from, let's take these little buttons on the bracers. Do you know, I need to stretch my legs. I'm going to go and grab a drink. So I'll prop it open with the brick or something like that so it stops creaking, because it's doing my head in as well. Dice, boxes, and cards. Okay. So we've got a Polish one. I'm not aware of any German one to do it. I found like we've come across like Italian companies that do game boxes and other companies that do bits and bobs, but rare to find one that produces like everything. But Ludo. Hang on, you got a manufacturer called Ask David. I kind of want to just say, you know, Crystal Collapse made by Ass. Right, guys, I'm going to pop you on mute and on a BRB screen. Right, let me see if my discount command works. It does, and we'll give you the Discord as well. I don't believe these are working on YouTube. If you're watching on YouTube, I apologise. Right, I'm going to go and stretch my legs, grab a drink, and give Mabel a bit of bacon for being a good girl. So, give me 2 seconds, guys, and I'll be back with you shortly. Right guys, I'm back now. That's what I'm saying. I was talking about Ludo facts. Yeah, I mean, if you have to dice and like game components, have a look at I think it's dice.com or dice.co.uk. Dyson Games is a company anyway. They used to be based in the UK, and I believe they relocated out to Poland. But you can buy dice in like massive bulk quantities for a pretty cheap price. But obviously, it's all because you're buying them in massive bulk quantities. So they don't really do an awful lot in terms of like, you know, actual custom products. Although I think they can do custom dice. But yeah, they do mostly do like, you know, dice tokens, dice bags, just board game components really. But if you're looking for like those kind of stock things, then it's possibly a good way to go, especially if you're looking at prototyping or doing a smaller scale production yourself. I was just going to see if I can find the email from Dice with the price list. Yeah, they do the figure bases as well, like miniature bases. It's like £29 for 1,000 miniatures bases, plastic. If you ain't too bad. 2.9 pence a base or something. Right, then we got so Dyson Games, they do dice, as you would expect with a name like that. They do all different types of dice. Then you get into things like letter tiles for Scrabble, Kama Sutra dice they do, dice bags, tubes and display boxes for dice, eldritch gems and gemstones, acrylic balls, sand timers, grip seal bags, counter frames, I'd actually do your standees as well. Monopoly houses and hotels, plastic pawns, cones, pyramids, card stands, posts and rings, spinners, rivets, dice cups, miniature bases. It's basically a lot of simple-ish kind of plastic production stuff. Yeah, I mean, all of this kind of stuff is useful information, because obviously we're going to need to do like production at some point. Right, let's do this guy in an awesome pose now. Right, the base is not going to be the base, so the base on this guy is actually going to be like a puddle base type setup. Oh, you got ads on. Right then, so let me just turn this up. There's a lot of ads on here, isn't there? It's like I haven't streamed in like over a year. I can't even remember what my setup is. I'll have to have a look into it. But watch all the ads because you're paying my bills. I think I've only ever been paid out about maybe 50 or 60 quid by Twitch in total. They were never very good at monetizing on a smaller scale, I don't think. What then? Let's do this. Let's get this dude posed up. So let's ignore the ugly elbow, that's going to get sculpted out. David, for your purposes here, we're probably going to have to remove the arm, probably at the shoulder, and that will allow us to kind of you guys to mould him. Screws going on there, won't you see the artifacts going on in the sword handle? What's that all about? There he is. I've temporarily lost my gizmo. Couldn't remember where it was. I haven't, mate. You know, since we did the last Kickstarter, I think I did was the Descent into Avernus stuff, and then after that, it's been pretty much just focusing down on Crystal Collapse and getting that ready to go. Doing client work in between, and yeah, it's been quite quiet one, I'll say. I need to do more stuff. Definitely need to do more stuff. Yeah, I'll show you quickly some of the stuff I have been doing. You're on, Dave. So we've got Claude Strafe from our Fabled Fantasy range. We've got Tina Lockhart, also from our Fabled Fantasy range. We've got Barry Williams. Yeah, it's for Patreon and Tribes, that one is. They're also compatible with Crystal Collapse. Surprisingly, they've gone down quite well. Got Vampy Vance. Oh, cheers, Dave. This one's a sod to print because that cat on the top is so small, so thin. Oh yeah, we did the beachwear versions of them. Oh, the 15mm tabletop stuff. Yeah, dude. Do you know what? Ping me after the show. Ping me after the show, after the stream, and have a proper catch up. It's been a rocky year, since, or a rocky bit of rocky time since we spoke. Bit better now. But yeah, I went for a real ropey kind of 12 to 18 months or so. We've got Claude in his swimming gear. Don Cornetto. I like him actually, he's a nice model. I enjoyed sculpting him. Leslie Kyle. One of the henchmen. And the other henchman. Kind of. Yeah, I'd like to do Infinity stuff. But it's I haven't played it for a long time, and there's a very specific aesthetic about it, isn't there? There you go. One of the Turks. Renner and Rude, and then Eleanor. Singh. This one now, she's actually one of my favourite ones. And that staff does not break as often as you think it might. That's the Fabled Fantasy collection so far now. A little bit of 7, a little bit of 13. Yeah, print's great. Virtually every time comes off the supports without any snappages or anything like that. They're 40mm scale as well, so they're a little bit bigger. And that does mean that they do kind of last a little bit better, you know what I mean? They're a bit more resilient. Yeah, do you know the difference between let me see if I can show you, because until you see it in person, it's hard to appreciate the difference between 32mm and 28mm, 32mm and 40mm. So if I switch over to camera again. Right, so that is, where am I? That is a 32mm Archer, and this is one of our Crystal Collapse 40mm characters. Do you know what I mean? Like the difference is 8mm, but like actually what that translates to in size of the model is massive. They're so nice to paint though. The 40mm model are absolutely beautiful things to paint. Yeah. A whole bunch of the Fable Fantasy ones over here. So you can see like they're come on, it's like trying to make a magic trick happen. This is. It's just a huge difference. But yeah, the painting experience is so much nicer, isn't it, when you push it in? Have you got your Pro Painter sorted for the models, David? You must have an ice latte in the thermos cup. Sculpting that one, isn't it? God, you did him in 20cm height. Yeah, do you know, I need to do the same for ours. I think when we go to the shows, I mean, we had. It wasn't 20cm, it was big though. Elston painted one of my Fable Fantasy models, Cloud. Sorry, Claude. Painted him up, and he was about 8 inches tall. And we had him on the stand, like to display just for the show. And it was a real nice little addition. Wow, 90 centimeters. Geez, you're going a metre high nearly. David, you crazy man. Love to see that though. Yeah, I think that's it. Trade shows are a different beast, aren't they? You know, you want to try and get as much attention as possible at a trade show. Get the rollers out, yeah, not wrong. There was oh god, I can't remember his company name now. You might know him actually, David. His name's Marcus. he was working with Woodpecker for a bit. I can't remember the name of his actual company, but he does all these MDF. He had these this board that's like positionable hexes that you put up. Yeah, the wood guy, that's him. I can't remember his surname, but yeah, we saw him at the expo a couple of years back. Why am I mentioning Marcus? Oh yeah, that was right. He had this absolutely enormous wooden Zeppelin model, like above the stall. So like, and he was on the stall. He was on the stall with like me and like Chris from SBG Editions, and you were never like struggling to like find, you know, anybody. You try and direct anybody to get to your stall. You're like, oh yeah, just look for the massive wooden Zeppelin. Like I say, it works, doesn't it? You know, having that. I was also thinking about getting some of the Crystal Collapse artworks done as like 5 foot tall cutout, cardboard cutouts. It might be a nice. Yeah, it's Marcus. We went for a Chinese with him and him and the rest of his guys. So we were sharing a stand with them for the whole expo a couple of years back. I like his board that he's got. That it's got like the hexes that are on. I don't quite know how he's done it. I'll say ball bearings or something like that. But like you pull them up and they kind of, you change the height. It's an adjustable game board, which is quite a nice idea. This is just a former for my chainmail. to move his elbow out because we've got some awful geometry under there. I don't need to be too concerned about it because it's not going to be highly visible. Let's do the same with your elbow. As long as it's not like disgusting to look at, it's like not just some gnarly mess in there, we can get away with it. Right. Cheers, Dave. I'm going to get some hair in there, just get this sculpted in rough to start with. I'm not thinking nice and immaculately groomed. Let's go for something a bit more rough and rugged. For now. Give him a big spliff and a what we call a bonnet. So what I'll do is I'll do that, and we'll polish and dynamesh it so it smooths it out a touch. And we'll come in here with the ore cracks. Now we've got to stop it looking like a bad wig and make it look like it belongs on his head. Which I always think when we do males with long hair, can be one of the dangers. Right then, let's do the chainmail. So for chainmail, get my tools, brushes even. Get my armour. I've got this one, DK insert chainmail. So what I basically want to do here is I'm just going to fill in, smooth out some of the textured areas. Birds are a bit noisy, aren't they? I'll blend that into the body. Carve this out a bit more because that needs to be reduced a touch. Same again on this side. Okay, so I'll go to my insert mesh. Set the drawer size, let's turn off. Turn off my Dynamesh. How big do I want the rings to be? That's too small. That's about right. So set the ring size. We go to brush and we want depth. I'm going to drag the depth right down below the halfway mark. And there we go. So basically I'm just going to draw all the rings out one at a time, facing downwards. Always drawing the strokes in the same way. Yeah, so I've tried lots of different ways of doing chainmail over the years, and the most common ones involve nano mesh, or they involve surface noise. And the nano mesh ones, I always struggle to actually get them to, because you end up having to do a lot of geometry work with nano mesh. So you have to make sure that your like the base mesh that you're working with has to be a uniform sized grid, and if they're not square and they're not all the uniform size, when you apply your nano mesh to it, all your rings are different sizes, and then that looks weird. And then they don't always come in the same orientation, so you have to change the orientation of it. So there's a lot of tinkering, a lot of faffing. And then the other issue you have with the surface noise stuff is it tends to be quite superficial. So it's like not surface noise, sorry, the nano mesh. You end up with like hollows behind it. It's like the rings are little rings usually, and they're just too small. They don't, and when you paint them, they don't look like chainmail. And again, this is what we're after, isn't it? We're after the painted effect. We're interested in how the end product looks, not how it looks on screen. And of all the methods I've tried, this one gives you the best. It gives you the best in miniature painted effect. We have to fill some in there anyway, so that's not going to be the ring mail in the end. Yeah, this does paint really, really nice. As we were saying, we were joking about the donut mail and stuff when I was sculpting these donuts like by hand. So imagine every single one of these when I'm drawing it out, I was having to like actually physically draw the donut rather than just pull a ring out. And this is where it comes into its own. So I can go all the way around this model. I can constrain the rings so they're all the same size. I can go all the way around. Let me save it. I can go the full way around the model, and I can make all the rings line up as I want them to. If you do the surface noise, you have to use UV unwrap, which means there has to be a seam in there. And when you get a seam, you obviously have a start and an end, and it's very, very difficult to get the start and the end to line up and match up properly. So you end up having to make compromises with the chainmail, so you have to put like leather trims on it and things like that to try and make it appear to what's the word? To make it appear to blend in together. And obviously you don't really have a leather seam up the line of a chainmail like jerking or whatever, so it looks a little bit wrong. And although I'm doing them one at a time, it doesn't actually take that long, so I don't have to put them everywhere. I'm not putting them where I can't see them. And if you want to do something orcish or goblin-y, you can obviously make the rings a little bit more ramshackle, a bit less regular, leave some gaps, put some holes in there. No, because it's relative to the model, mate, so I can't, it can't be the same size, I have to eyeball it. So this model's 40mm scale, so I want it to be, I'll probably go a little bit smaller on this guy because he's 40mm than I would do on a normal 28 or 32mm. like if I'm doing this on my 28mm models or 32mm models, the likelihood is the rings will be a fair bit bigger. And you can't really do this stage until you've posed either, you know, until the model's posed. It's not practical to do this because you sculpt the cloth, you sculpt all the folds into the chainmail underskirt in the chainmail former. You know, the mesh that you're going to stick the rings onto. You sculpt all your folds in that, and then you can apply all the rings directly to that. Your problem comes when you when you try to add the folds and things after you've done all of the rings. They just don't. It's not. Yeah, you can't. You just can't do it. It's the crux of it. I say it takes a little bit of time, but it doesn't take. It takes me less time to do this than I would spend faffing about with the IMM, the nano mesh, the what's the other one I was talking about? UVs and all that kind of stuff. Because that stuff doesn't form part of my usual workflow. When I have to try and do it, it breaks my workflow. It slows me down. I can spend as long doing the chainmail, trying to sort chainmail out using one of those methods as I would doing the entire rest of the model. Big sign label. No, see, my draw sizes aren't. So I don't know if you remember when I set my scenes up, I do them a bit differently to how you do. So you have a relative size that is like anchored in, don't you? For me, my relative size is just based on my ruler and the base meshes I use. I never bother to actually set the sizes because the size in the scene for me never makes a difference. It's literally just the output. So as long as my 100mm ruler is in there and everything's scaled to that ruler, I just use the ruler as the export, as the active tool for the export, and you know, everything's good from there on really. I know you got your funky scene set up on you that you use. It'd be worth setting up, but I mean, I basically have the same kind of thing in there anyway. Because I don't do that much in the way of chainmail. And if I was doing like a regiment type thing, I'm sculpting them all in the same file, which means they're all going to be the same size anyway. So what I would tend to do is I'd note down, like for example, on this one I've got size 14 links. I know for most of my models when I'm doing rivets, my rivets are like size 7. So there's certain things that I can't, because I'm using the same base meshes, I just know what sizes I need things to be. Makes sense. It's not necessarily that there is a standard, it's just that I kind of know what I want. Yeah, visually I know what kind of density I want on the chain mesh. If that makes sense, rather than necessarily knowing the draw size. So I find the draw size that matches what I want to see on the density, and then we'll just use that across that whole model. So this is size 14. I'd probably be using about size 20 if I was doing a 32mm model. So the mesh density would be about a third less dense, give or take. So we start at the bottom so we get the hem nice. Get that bottom line done. Bish bash bosh. You know me, it's like fur, hair, whatever it is. It's just we'll just draw it on, get it done quick, slam it in. Yeah, that's it. I mean, I'll have this entire model done in the next maybe another 10 minutes of this or so, and I'll have this skirt done. Then the model's virtually finished. I'll have a cape, a couple of belts, straps, and things like that, and then he's ready to rock. Then I want a base. Yeah, it doesn't take it looks arduous, and it is like pulling teeth, I'll be honest. I'd rather do this than posing fingers. Still hate posing hands. Sorry, man. Yeah, what you'll find, Dave, when you paint it, like I say, you paint it black and then dry brush over it silver, and the chainmail's going to show up perfect every single time, and it's going to look like actual chainmail. Whereas some of the things, some chainmail looks like it's just made out of actual chains, which obviously it looks and feels wrong then. Other chainmail is going to look like it's a woolly jumper or something. Which I actually found out recently, that is what they use in movies and stuff like that, for chainmail. They use knitted, like crocheted, like chainmail coifs and chainmail vests and stuff. Yeah, is. Would you say now some chainmail methods can either look like too much like actual chains, which obviously looks wrong, or can end up looking like wool, a bit like fuzzy or something like that when you paint it because it's too dense. You got to strike the balance, haven't you, between realistic and that stylized miniature look that we're going for. Six ads. I hope they're paying me for 6 ads. Do you know, I've just realised I probably don't need to do all of this on the back of him. He's going to have a cape on, isn't he? Do a quick save because I would absolutely hate for all this chainmail to get lost. So yeah, can't beat a nice iced coffee on a hot day. Yeah, that's it. And I've done it with I did the Chilcon exclusive Goblin. It was a Goblin Paladin for the last Chilcon show. And I did exactly this, and I went through and I put all of these on, and then because it was a Goblin, I removed a whole load of links, so it made the armour look a bit more beaten and battered and ramshackle. Bloody sword in a way now. And the only thing you've really got to be careful of with this, because my ring insert mesh is slightly angled, you just have to make sure that you draw downwards all the time. And what that means is the top of the ring tapers inwards, the bottom of the ring tapers out. So when you draw them on a flat mesh, you see how they're always overlapping, so that the ring that goes above the bottom one is always like above it, if that makes sense. Which is why it works basically when you're doing the dry brushing. So paint it black, silver dry brush, and then finish up with a black wash if you want. Just help re-establish some shade. But you can go in there and pick out some extra highlights with an extra right pass of silver. One of the things I would say as well, I didn't think this through when I made this mesh. What I should have done was I should have decimated it before I created the insert mesh. At some point I need to go back and actually do that, because this little ring that should be about 50 polys is about 1,000, so it's adding a lot of extra weight. Oh, you can just paint them on, can you? Yeah, I'm still not upgrading my ZBrush subscription. Do you know, I had a look at how much it costs now. It's bloody ridiculous. Now that, yeah, and I've said it before. I mean, since they added Sculptress Pro Mode, Dynamesh, and I think that was it actually, Sculptress Pro and Dynamesh, there hasn't really been an update that I've actually used. No new features. Are you using the update one, are you, mate? The iPad version's free. Oh. It is free, but they're charging everybody more for it. So it's not free. I think I looked at it yesterday, and it was about I think it was about 50 quid a month, give or take. And I think it comes down to about, I think it was about 35 a month if you buy the whole year up front. No, I mean, I paid £700 for a one-off lifetime license back in 2010, and I got free updates forever until they, sold it out to Maxon, and they started doing their thing with it. But my version still works, so I'm good. I mean, if they ever retcon it and kill it, I'll just find a different tool. I don't think I'll bother subscribing to ZBrush after that. It's starting to hurt now with this. My brain's wandering into like all sorts of other stuff. Nearly done now. Chainmail sniper. it's the thing, you get on a roll with it, do you know what I mean? And you can just crank it out. I mean, it's taken me long enough. I predicted about 10 minutes to finish it. I think I'm probably into about 20 now. But still, I still don't think it's too bad. Well, mate, he's certainly going to be a tanky one, isn't he? So. Nearly there. Whoosh. Have it. Done. Well, look at it. I've saved manually more frequently than ZBrush has done the quick saves on this one, because I specifically did not want that event to happen. Okay, so just push them all back. Yes and no. So less. Basically, what's happened? Well, I don't know what's happened. The store figures, like the normal sales through Only Games, plummeted, fell off the face of the earth pretty much. And I was paying 25 quid a month for the store. So yeah, I knocked the store on the head, so I'm not paying for it anymore. But I still technically do use Only Games, or will use them for certain things I need to have produced. What I've realised is actually quite reasonably priced to get FDM things produced. So for example, like the terrain I've got for my Crystal Collapse board, the full terrain pack in FDM comes in at around about, I haven't checked the quality of it yet, so I've got to order some to see how it looks. But the cost of the full terrain pack was like 8 quid. When I got the same price from them for the resin, when I got the resin price through, it was like 208 quid. So there was a huge difference in the cost. And I'm like, well, I kind of want people to have the nice terrain for Crystal Collapse, but equally, I don't think many people are going to want to pay over 200 quid for it. So we sold the STL files anyway. We've let people have the STL files for the terrain. But then we're like, all right, so you know, it's not an option to do the the resin one necessarily, but the FDM one is well priced. But also they've, and again, I can't remember when they did this now, but they increased all the prices of all the miniatures now. So if I was selling a miniature at like £6, £7, they've only recently started doing the FDM stuff. But what they've done is, like, now the miniatures that are single miniatures are unaffordable. They've added a £2.50 per model price hike. So before we were looking at, like, you know, you'd sell a model for 6 quid, they'd charge you £1.50, £2 production, plus a percentage of what you sell it for as a fee. And now they do all of that still, but they also add a £2.50 per model onto it, or per job. So if you buy a single miniature, that single miniature costs £2 for production, plus, say we sell it for £6, they take a 10% cut of that, so there's an extra 60p, so there's £2.60 on that. And then on top of the £2.60, there's a £2.50 surcharge for, you know, plate fee or whatever they call it, which takes us up to, what's that, £4.50, nearly 5 quid. So my profit from a £6 model has gone from, you know, £4 profit to less than a quid. And if I sell that through my own store, I also have to pay them the VAT on it. They don't charge me VAT if they sell it for me, but if I was to buy the models, sell the models through drop shipping, and then they charge me VAT, I get if I'm not claiming my VAT back, if I can't claim my VAT back because I'm not back registered, I can't. I'm going to lose another 20%, which means I'm going to be well out of pocket. So yeah, I had to put the prices up. In fact, that's probably what stopped people buying anything from the shop, to be honest. I had to bulk increase all my prices by £2.50 a figure. It's only really viable then if they're selling, so if they're buying like packs of models. If you buy a pack of 10 models, the £2.50 only applies once. It applies to the whole pack. So yeah, I love it. I love it when they stitch you up. Well, you can't do anything about it. They've got the monopoly there, haven't they? There's not even another company that I'm aware of that can challenge them. Shapeways are just starting, so you got fangs.com. I hate the name of that. It annoys me. Fangs.com, which is like a subscription platform where you can do. It works a little bit differently, but it's still a similar kind of thing to my manufacturing. Their subscription method works different. You buy credits, you subscribe and you earn credits, and then you can cash those credits in for models in the store. Rather than having to, it means for me with thousands of models in my library anyway, I can put my thousands of models up there and people can go and help themselves to whichever ones they want. It means I haven't got to do new releases every month to keep people happy all the time, which as a sculptor is good, especially if you've got a big back catalogue. I can coast off it for a little bit, you know what I mean, and kind of focus on other things. So I'm just trying to get it all set up and running at the moment, but I'm having difficulty on the monetization side of it, trying to figure out how it all works. Yeah, the MMF site, we've been asking for years and years and years to give us usability features and improvements and stuff like that that would make our lives easier. And repeatedly they've just ignored us. And they've ignored us in favour of, you know, stupid upgrades and updates and, you know, additions and stuff like that that nobody's asked for, don't really benefit anybody, but the shareholders have wanted. Do you know what I mean? Like the things that they're focusing on, like front end things that are going to keep users engaged. But even that's crap. The big problem I've got with them now is they've increased this. So my manufacturer, they've changed the subscription model. So you used to have every month you would pay your subscription fee. $25, and you'd have your store, and then they'd do nothing for you. So nothing's really changed there. They still don't do anything for you. But now what they've done is they've split it, so there's now 3 different subscription tiers. There's the $25 one, which is the pro level, which is where I'm at. There is the $10 one, which is for the creators, like the community makers, which is like anybody who's doing it as a hobby and basically wants to earn a bit of profit out of their stuff every month instead of just costing them money to host the store. So they've got those guys, and then they've got the top tier, which is the studios, which is $100 a month. And what they basically said was there was 1,400 people who they believed, who were on the platform in total, and about 900 of them should have been on the community ones, on like the lower tier. The ads are finished. You back yet? Cool. Yeah, so same with the my manufacturing issue. What they've done is they've now taken all those people who should have been on the £10 tier, the community ones. They've taken all of them off, in theory. And those guys get no advertising support. They don't get any promo. They don't get anything. They're just on their own. They just get a platform to sell their stuff. At my tier, we're supposed to get a percentage of the things. So say if there's 1,000 people on the $25 tier, we each get 0.1% of the foot traffic of the traffic, right? So every single time, every day, 80,000 people use the site. Is that 80 of those people will see my stuff? My stuff will be presented to 80 of those people based on that, you know, 1,000, me getting a percentage of that traffic to see my stuff. In practice though, what they've done is everybody who's on the $100 tier, the studios, they've bumped them up to the top, so they get absolute prime real estate. They get, you know, shown to everybody. They're in everybody's faces when you go on there. Only if you then bother to scroll further down do you see my stuff on the $25 tier. So even though they're kind of like going, oh well, you know, you don't get anything for your, you know, you don't get anything for your $10 tier. You don't really get anything for your $25 tier either. It's like $100 or nothing really. And I think they've been quite snidey with it because I think they know, and I've noticed there's a lot of full-time creators have gone and opted to go onto the $100 option just because of that. I haven't, because I refuse to give them the bloody money. Well, yeah, and this is the thing, that those guys, the guys who are on that tier, that's the intention of them. They are supposed to be putting in that kind of stuff, but then they can't say, oh, we're going to help the smaller studios who don't earn massive amounts of money to advertise and promote your stuff and give you a percentage of the footfall. They can't say that and then kind of show you to those people, but only if they bother to scroll so far down the page that they actually get to see it. I just think the whole business model's broken. It doesn't work, and they really don't have any regard for us lot as you know, as a community who basically keep them in business. Do you know what I mean? What do you think, Dave? How's he looking for you? I think it's the I think it's an impression of it, because if we look at it from this way, where the chest is actually facing forwards, that's the neckline there, and then there's the shoulder pads. So what we've got is, because he's leaning forwards here, the chest, the torso is like this way, at this angle, and his head's looking up. I can raise his head a little bit. See if it makes a difference. Actually, do you know what? You're right. It was a bit low. Spotting David. No, I think he looks right now. I positioned his head so it was above the Adam's apple on his neck, so I think it should be okay. I think I must have moved it down when I was posing the head and putting the hair on. I'm going to have to disappear in about 10 minutes, guys. Well, less than 10 minutes. I've got to go and pick the kids up in 10 minutes, so I have to knock this on the head in a minute. So I'll get this finished up later on. I probably won't do it as a live stream, but what I will do, Dave, I'll try and retain the last bit of the recording. I'll try and record. I'll either finish it today or get it finished tomorrow. But one way or another, I'll record the actual sculpting part of it. So I'm gonna go pick the kids up from school. Oh, dude, DM me on the So I'm gonna lose this chat after after I log off in a minute. Send me a DM on Discord, mate. Have a little look at it. Yeah, I was gonna say Thangs have teamed up with Shapeways, and it looks like Shapeways doing print on demand now, which is similar in a similar way to how Shop 3D are doing it, like with the drop shipping. So that could be quite interesting, but Shapeways historically been really expensive, so it might not be entirely viable. We'll see. Cheers, Rich. Pretty happy with him overall, actually, to be fair. How are you feeling about him, David? Shapeways always it. Good stuff. Thangs, Thangs. So it's a subscription platform. I'm on it, but I haven't kind of commissioned it properly. It's a subscription platform where your subscribers will basically sign up, and then you say for 10 quid a month or 12 quid a month, whatever it is, I'll give you 10 credits for my web store. And that allows them to go and download 10 models. So, and it can be any 10 models that they want. There's no like monthly release. You can do monthly releases, but there's no pressure to do monthly releases like there is on like Patreon and Tribes and all these other platforms and that. I believe it might be. But yeah, it's they do they? I didn't realise that. Are you looking at the jewelry stuff where you is? I mean, I'll be honest, I'm still not 100% convinced that my mini factory aren't just outsourcing their metals to Shapeways. Because I can't fathom how they've ended up with production capacity to do everything that Shapeways can do, when they were only ever really set up for miniatures to start with. Seems like a huge investment on a risk. Do you know what I mean? It seems more likely to me that they're probably outsourcing it to them. Yeah, they ain't gonna tell you, are they? I've noticed the metals are phenomenally expensive on Shop 3D. Well, you know how they are, mate. They've never been particularly forthcoming with any kind of information, to be honest. They keep you in the dark about a lot of stuff, and like I say, in my case, I've been lied to outright to my face multiple times. So, kind of don't trust an awful lot of what they say. Little bee friends come back to visit me. Who's Matt? The Matt. Hit the deck. Oosh. Do you know what then? My son's taken up he's taken up kickboxing, and the place we take him to, they do a like a family pass, and it ain't that much more expensive. And I'm thinking, like, while he's kickboxing, I can also be doing it too. Whoops. I do spar with my nipper, but he's like helping kind of like practicing and stuff. Problem is I'm kind of doing akijitsu with him. It's not quite compatible. Not for him learning kickboxing anyway. Cheers, man. Probably want to have a chat to, it depends what you're trying to get produced. There's a guy called John Popson. He runs a company called Effing Cool Miniatures. And I know every year, I think it's Gary Con he goes to. Every year he ends up making like the rings for them. And I want to say they're silver. I want to say they're silver rings. He ends up making like the like show special ring kind of things. Like the souvenir rings. So depending on what you're after, he might be geared up to be able to kind of help with that. So it might be worth checking out and see what he says. He's in the States. So he's the only person I know over there who physically does anything even remotely jewellery related. So. Right, I've just realised the time. I'm going to get shot if I'm late for picking the kids up, guys. I'm going to have to dash. I ain't even going to be able to raid out here. So I'm going to have to just drop the chat, unfortunately, because I've left it to the last minute. DM me on the Discord. Let me just put the Discord link up again if anybody wants to chat and catch up. Come join us. Yeah, I might be back online on Thursday. I've got a few bits I need to get done, so hopefully I'll have this guy finished tomorrow. I'll showcase him on the Discord server, and I'll get him over to you, David, so you can do your test prints. And then yeah, all being well, I'll be back on Thursday, maybe Friday as well. We'll see how it rolls. I want to try and get more of these streams going, so they're going to become a more regular thing again, like the old days. So yes, thank you for joining me all, and sorry I've got to drop the stream and not raid out. Have a little pop over to Mike Moans if he's on, or I don't know who else. I don't even know who might be on. J7, Studio J7 if he's about. Thank you very much. See you later, Kayla. Right. Ping me messages on Discord if you need to get hold of me, and I'll see you shortly. Keep your eyes peeled for notifications when I'm going live, and yeah, it'll become a more regular thing. Alright, catch you later.